Yeah.
Last.
Laz, no. I want to test.
There we go. I was muted. Test 1, 2, 3.
Hello, hello.
Yes. Hello.
Lars?
Yes.
Hello? Lars?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
We still can't hear him.
You cannot hear me. I am
Can't hear him.
unmuted. That is pretty odd. I don't know why you cannot hear me. Sound is coming through. Hmm.
So do I have, wait, guys, switch it off.
Lars?
Yes, I can still hear you. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
perfect. We
Yeah,
can
okay.
now hear you.
All right,
Sorry, we just wanted
excellent.
to test again. Thank you so much.
Okay, I think we will ask everyone to please come back inside. Sam, would you please finish the break, send everyone in? If I could ask our panelists to please join me on the stage, we'll ask Mr. Engineer Khalid Bakri, Deputy Minister of MCIT in Saudi Arabia, to please come up to the stage. And also Irina Albanese, Head of Innovation Middle East and Africa DHL. And Maximilian Wiggle, Director of Business Development Middle East and South Africa, Project 44. And Mr. Fadi Hamoud, CEO of IQ Fulfillment and IQ Robotics. And of course, certainly last but not least, Michael Schneider, Executive Vice President, Siemens Logistics. Of course, again, I'm joined by my
Morning.
mentor
Hi.
and colleague, Mr. Lars Jensen, virtually. So ladies and gentlemen, if you could please have your seats. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize our sponsors. I will begin by our platinum sponsor, Abu Dhabi Ports Group. Please, let's give them a nice hand of applause. You know, it takes certain people who believe in your mission and your commitment to this industry, and that's where they put their money and their heart where it should be. Our gold sponsor is also Etihad Cargo, DHL, and of course they have gone beyond. But I just wanted to mention something about our silver sponsors are also great for supporting us. But Project 44, Mercedes-Benz, DB Schenker, and Lodger Point. I just wanted to point something out that we're getting TLME, Transport Logistics in the Middle East, is actually getting the attention of many people out there in the world. We were the pioneers and the first to bring to you an educational partnership. But now today we're getting calls from the US, and I just wanted to recognize Project 44 for reaching out and saying, hey, we want to be part of your organization. We want to be part of this conference and we want to support you. Thank you very much, Project 44, for doing that. I appreciate it. And again, great thank you to our sponsors, and please join me and give them all a round hand of applause. Lars, I know you're itching there to say something. Go ahead.
Itching, I'm not sure is the right thing, but I'm very excited to head into this session at least. Let me try to set the stage a little bit for this session here, because I mean, I was about to say the entire time when I've been in this industry, that's at least a couple of decades by now, there's always been this talk about what technology is going to do for us in the future. But what I think is more important also to focus on here today is that we don't have to look to the future anymore. Technology is already an integral part of this industry. If it hadn't been for technology, we would not have been able to have functioning supply chains over the pandemic period the last 2 years. If anything, the pandemic showed very clearly just how advanced the logistics industry is in keeping the world turning despite all the challenges that we're faced with. But in setting the stage here, I think there are 4 at least critical elements that I would be very excited to discuss with our panelists here today. And just to set the highlights for them is I would like to learn more about how technology is being leveraged to deal with the current problems, how technology will transform the supply chain operations in general, but also specifically in the Middle East, how our panelists see the whole situation around cybersecurity and technology being dealt with. And then also the 4th one, and that's actually building on a topic that was coming up during our first session here today. Are the people actually ready to use these technological opportunities? And that goes both for the people that should build the technologies, for the people within the logistics companies that should use these technologies, and on the customer side, also on the ones to use those technologies. To which degree is the human element actually ready? Now, I know these are, of course, a lot of different elements, and rather than just throwing that one all up in the air, maybe we should start a little bit more focused. And what I would like to at least kick off with this hearing from our panelists here on how they have specifically changed the use of technology over the last 2 years to be able to handle these disruptions, and how you plan to use technology in the coming, say, year or two, not just to handle the current problems, but to also create new and better opportunities for your customers going forward.
Okay, thank you, Lars. And I don't want to go in the same order I went earlier, going from one to another. So I will jump to first. We'll begin with let's go to Maximilian. We'll talk about your project 44 first.
Sure. First of all, I have to admit, I really like the first panel discussion because for me, it leads in 2 words: it's technology and visibility. Because with focus on other disruptions, I mean, you mentioned like port congestions, the Suez Canal 1 year ago. I don't know, like shortages, ship shortages, wars, all this kind of stuff. We think it is super important to have the visibility, because having the visibility and having the technology can help companies to really react in a timely manner, to really focus on all the problems, all the disruptions they have. And this is how Project 44 wants to attack those topics, because we want to really help companies to have the visibility when they need to have the visibility. Because, as I said, reacting, for example, shortages is super important to get the goods on time, to get the efficiency, and to, of course, also to decrease the amount of money they need to spend on all this like kind of issues. So this is why I'm really happy to be here, because I don't know if you heard about Project 44, but Project 44 is really providing the real-time visibility into supply chains. So we want to help companies to really have the visibility when they need it all across the supply chain. It's not that we say, okay, container is stuck, I don't know, in Suez, which is a pretty good example. Let me elaborate a little on it later on, but also like to get the flows, to get the visibility across the whole supply chain. So I think it's exactly 1 year ago when the Suez Canal thing happened. And I think it's exactly 1 year. So 21st of March, 2021, the Ever Given was stuck in Suez. And we had a couple of conversations with customers which were not yet customer of Project 44. And we asked them how they were able to react on this incident. So how they like figured out that they had container on the Ever Given, how they figured out how to react on those kind of issue. And most of them, they said, yeah, we needed to call our agencies, we needed to call the trader, we needed to call, I don't know, the ocean carrier to ask, are there containers on the Ever Given, which relates to our business? And it took like days, well, not like weeks, to get into the situation, to get on top of the situation and to react in a timely manner. We were able, I don't know, I would say like within 5 minutes, we were able to tell our customers, watch out, you have like 5 containers on the Ever Given. There are like 20 containers on vessels around the Suez Canal, and you have already like 20 containers which started the journey around Africa. And I think this is a perfect example why having the real-time visibility is so important, to really take those opportunities to plan accordingly. So yeah, this
Great.
is.
Thank you, Max. Thank you.
And we're flyers, so if you want to read something.
Thank you. Of course, we're also honored and joined by His Excellency Engineer Khaled Bakri from all the way from Saudi Arabia. And thank you very much for your support always, Your Excellency. So I would actually now pose the question on to you. Now, coming from a region which is very close to us and also very vital in whatever we do affects you, whatever you do affects us in this region specifically. I'd like to hear your comments about what Lars was asking about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. And I'm really honored and privileged to be here today. You know, maybe I will look at it from now the government sector. You know, I've been in the private sector for around 20 years in logistics and supply chain. And now since 2 years, I moved to the government, you know, and we see the technology. I'm in MCIT managed logistics, you know, sector, which is the postal logistics or the e-commerce logistics. How fast the technology is moving, and we see 2 kinds of technologies. If we look at the sustaining technology and the disruptive, And there is no doubt that the disruptive technology has a huge impact on the supply chain, and it has a key role and tremendous role in transforming, the process and improving the efficiency through the whole value chain. Again, maybe things like, big data, IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics seems or used to seem very futuristic and unrealistic. But nowadays, what we see in the autonomous vehicles, the share economy platforms, in the warehouses, all these technologies are, implemented, and it takes some time to be developed, like AI and IT's been there for, decades. 3D printing, it's been there since 1980s, but it's keep evolving and developing in order to have added value. The technology these days, it has to be destructive, and at the same time, it has to be effective and affordable. If we even move back in the old days when they invent the automobile, people to adopt it takes years, it takes time to be used. I think we had a very good experience during the pandemic. I think everyone has his own stories, and my short story that when I joined MCIT in February 2020, and I was supposed to start up a new deputyship, and I need to build the deputyship from scratch, hire people, build the strategy, build the new policies and procedures. However, a few weeks later, since I joined, the pandemic started, and the two main sectors we're really managing this during the pandemic, and in order to go through it, successfully, was the delivery apps, or one of the most two sectors, delivery apps and the courier companies, okay, which is under the deputyship. So I think in Saudi Arabia, we have gone through it successfully. Thank you for the technology. Again, all these platforms, we cannot actually do it without it. So I think technology is the future.
Thank you very much. Before I jump to Siemens and IQ Robotics, I want to pick on DHL for a minute. I know you've been very busy. You have been doing a lot of innovative stuff, and especially in your new innovative center that you just recently started. So I'll let you speak about that.
Thank you. So let me talk about technology first. Everybody's saying in the future, but if you look already now, 30% approximately of all tasks are performed by machines. I'm not saying necessarily the robots that are moving things, but automatic robotic processes. Right? And the forecast that by 2025, it's just a couple of years ahead of us, half of the tasks in logistics industry will be done by machines. So it's not the future, it is already now. Right? But if we look into the future, there is definite acceleration. Right? And pandemic was one of the reasons we see that acceleration of use of technology and automation in logistics industry for simple reasons, right? One of them, the unprecedented volumes. Right? The panelists before us talked a lot, right? That we were moving the amount of goods that had been moved, we haven't seen it ever before. Right? And it coupled with unavailability of the workforce. I think here we are quite lucky. So we didn't feel that shortage of workforce as much. But if you look at other regions, right, America's warehousing, Amazon is paying for warehousing employees more than they were ever been paying, right? And we are competing for the blue collar workers across the globe. Shortage of drivers in UK, right? I was also mentioned that just Christmas trees are still stalled, right, there. So this combined, right, with greater volumes, the unavailability of people, then technology is getting cheaper. right? That's also one of the key drivers why it's accelerating now in logistics. The industrial robots were there before, right? But they were just way too expensive for the logistics tasks, right? It was always cheaper to hire people. They're getting also smarter, right? So with all the advancements in AI, in computer processing power, and right, all of that together, right? It's not just one thing is driving the automation of our industry. I'm sure we're going to talk about what is next, right? But in general, if I look into the future, right, I don't have a crystal ball. If I would have one, probably I would not be here. But we definitely believe that the logistics would be much more automated, much more data-driven, much more connected with the help of IoT, right? Empowering that visibility, but also much more sustainable. And the technology has to play a role in sustainability as well, and much more customer-centric, which also doesn't happen without the enablement of technology. So that's our DHL view. And you mentioned the Innovation Center. I'll have to take the opportunity to talk about it as well. So we did open DHL Innovation Center here in Middle East just 4.5 months ago. It's our 4th innovation center across the globe. And our job is really to do that forward looking, but as well as hands-on projects. So I'm happy to say, for example, Fadi, right? We've been talking already what we can do together. We're working with our customers alike, with Siemens, and hope to see you over with your teams, where we really discuss how we can make our supply chains future ready, and very much driven by the customer need to be future ready as well. So that's my few cents for now. And over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Irina. Okay, now that you kind of picked on Siemens, we'll just pick on them as well. So, Michael, tell us, Lars, you want to stay on the same topic. So, what have you been doing to technological? And also, I like to make sure that the question that was, or the statement that was made by Lars, are people ready for this technology and all that? Because Irina mentioned something very interesting. 50% or half of the tasks that are performed today by people would be replaced by machines. Are people ready for this?
I think it's a great question, Yusuf. And if we look at it, people are more ready than ever. This is how I would say it. I'll go back to the onset of the pandemic, and I took a flight out of Dubai in May 19, May 20. And it felt like I'm leaving the planet. It felt like doomsday scenario. Shops closed, 4 flights a day from the airport. And I remember the 2 months prior to that, we were sitting in the home office and we were thinking like, how on earth is this industry, and I work for Siemens Logistics in the aviation part, how is this industry coping, and how are we going to continue business if our customer is not continuing business? And if I look at it 2 years on, through adoption of technology, and I mean, we ourselves, we adopted the online communications in a different way, but our customers adopted transparency in online communications in a completely different way. We structured digital twins of their logistics value chains, of their cargo value chains, of the passenger flows, of the baggage flows from within a station, as well as from an outside point of view, in a much faster pace than we could have hoped and imagined before. Siemens, as a provider of technology, was obviously not looking for a pandemic to start all of this, but definitely has been an accelerator for us in seeing solutions which we thought of and felt that they are providing necessary help to our customers' value chains. And Max and I, we just spoke a little prior, and we realized that Project 44 and Siemens do have a collaboration effort with DHL as well on the parcel side. We collaborate very well. And it's all driven by what do end customers really require? And they require transparency at a touch of a button. It's this intuitive way which we want to, in our own personal lives, we want to deal with our own personal lives, and technology enables us. Yes, I think in the past, you were kind of mind-boggled by looking at the transparency because data was looked at being the new gold, and you're trying to keep hold of your treasure, and it's your treasure, it's no one else's treasure. But at the end, when you keep that treasure to yourself, you're never going to grow it. It's just going to be that small treasure for yourself. And what we've realized is that collaboration among stakeholders in an ecosystem, in a logistics ecosystem, drives so much more value creation when you open that up and when you provide technology to leverage that. And this is how we felt in the last 2.5 years. Siemens and its partners have grown through that transparency and visibility of information in the logistics so much more than we could afford prior to the onset of the pandemic.
Thank you, Michael. Fadi Amoudi, CEO of IQ Fulfillment and IQ Robotics. I'm very curious how the new labor force will actually be robotics doing what we are used to be done by human beings.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Just to give everyone an overview about what we do in IQ. IQ is a technology startup that specializes in the supply chain and logistics sector. We went live in November 2019 by opening the first robotic fulfillment solution in the entire MENA region. And that's really to enable e-commerce sellers, direct-to-consumer brands, multinational companies, or 3PL providers at the same time. So that's our operational arm. We run a robotic fulfillment solution. That's one. Two is that we have IQ Robotics, which is our technology arm that transforms everyone that wishes to transform from the regular brick and mortar into the new digital era. So whether you are a family group, governmental, private sector, we go in and we transform you with a robotic fulfillment, robotic solution, whether you're courier, post, sortation, etc. So we do have a fully fledged team out of UAE, which is an 80 people team, and we're growing on that front. So that's the transformation arm. Now, what we launched recently at the Expo, end of last year, is IQ Hybrid. So realistically, how can we really go global with what we built? As everyone said, technology is difficult. We can't really understand technology, whether to use robotics, automation, ACRS. There's multiple kinds of technologies, but technology alone is not important. What is important is the solution that we build out of this technology, whether it's easy to use for everyone else. And that's what we really built within IQ Hybrid, which is our licensing solution in order to go global for IQ fulfillment. So Hans, imagine we connected all the dots and we're putting everything in a box for you. So if you're sitting in Egypt, Kuwait, or wherever you are, we're going to give you robotics, automation, SOPs, SOWs, blueprint manuals, everything in a box on a licensing model. And that's really how we build a connected fulfillment solution network globally. So just to answer your question about people, of course, resources is the most important factor, and technology alone will never work. So you need the people to work with technology. We know that automation and robotics is 70% less labor, correct? That is true, but at the same time, it's educating the people on technology and the benefits of technologies. So we tried it differently. It's working out, hopefully, with us till now. So if you want to pay as you go model, you onboard with us. If you want the tech, we can give you the tech. If you don't want either of this, we're going to give you the licensing solution. Right. So, but people is crucial for the technology to work.
Thank you very much, Fadi.
Can I add to your point, Fadi? So in terms of people are the enabler, we actually asked our DHL colleagues as well as logistics professional end of last year how they feel about technology, right? We were doing a study about the future of work and logistics. Good news, 9 out of 10 across 7,500 respondents said that they feel very positive about technology, how it changed their work in the last 5 years. And they also feel quite positive how it will enhance their jobs in the next 5 years. But then we ask one more question. Do you feel that there is a threat to your career? And 50% said yes. So 50% of my colleagues, right, of logistics professionals feel threatened. It is slightly different region by region, right? Between front office and the back office and the warehousing. But we were really puzzled how it could be that there's such a positivity about technology, and at the same time, 50% are threatened. And if I think about it, right, whatever acceleration in technology we've seen so far, and whatever we use, right, it's helpful, right? But if it goes at the same speed, people start thinking, am I replaceable? And the truth is, some of the tasks would be replaced by technology. So then we ask another question. Are you ready to learn new skills? Are you ready to get future ready? And overwhelmingly, 87% said yes. Right? So what does it all mean, right? I think it all means that we should start looking to the future, not in the terms of roles and traditional roles in logistics, but really in tasks that have to happen, and then see if those tasks can be automated fully or partially. And from that, really derive what educational needs and development needs are needed for our workforce. And I don't think it will be a flip of the switch, right, from one day to another, that, you know, from today we have warehouses as they are, and then tomorrow everything is lights out. It will be a gradual movement, and it will be all about human and machine collaboration for the next, right, at least few years, right, maybe up to 30 years before there will be a big transition. So what we need to really look at, where this collaboration is helpful, right? What parts of the tasks can be automated and should be automated, and how we can upskill our workforce and the new generation to be able to really work in those new environments with new tasks. And that's the answer to your question. Good. Your question, right? Like, are the people ready? Not all of them, right? But people are ready to learn. And we really need to look at the new generation, right, that is coming into the workforce, that are digital natives, that want to work with technology. Nobody wants to work in the warehouse with a paper list and carrying the heavy boxes themselves. They want to work alongside with machines, right, alongside with advanced technology that helps them to pick, right, and to pack. So let's educate them how to do it, and let's bring technology to really collaborate with the humans and augment the capabilities.
Great, thank you. I think Fadi, you wanted to add something?
Very true what you're saying. I'll give you a live example of what we have currently. So we onboarded blue collar, whether they're cashiers, warehouse associates, etc. Now, all these guys are fighting in order to man a robot station. So imagine, we taught them everything from scratch. It's not that difficult, but when there's a will, there's a way. That's one. And two, I agree with you, education is crucial and key. And that's not, as we see, that's ongoing, should be ongoing. So it's educating our youth, the new generation, on what to basically have skills in order to get to where we are right now and where we want to be in the future.
Great, thank you very much. Lars, back to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really have much to add, because I think everybody here actually mentioned all this, the elements that I also found to be extremely exciting. But one thing I want to elaborate a little bit on here was mentioned by some of our panelists, right? That we are definitely getting more visibility. We are getting more transparency in the supply chain. And at least that is my sense of what has been happening in the last couple of years. I would say 3, 4, 5 years ago, when I was going to conferences like these or talking to supply chain stakeholders, there was a lot of talk about we need visibility, but there was not really a lot of articulation in terms of why. Whereas what I'm seeing now is visibility is being used. So it's not just a matter of getting the visibility, it's a matter of saying, okay, it was actually a very good example from Maximilian in terms of when the Suez Canal got blocked. It's not just a matter of looking at, sure, it got blocked, but finding out where is the cargo and then using it and say, okay, what is now my plan B? What is it I should then do? And that's why I really see a huge change in the way technology, in this case on the information part, is changing the industry, that visibility is now being ingrained into the actual decision-making process. And I only see that as accelerating sharply going forward. I would almost turn it to the point to say any company that is not on board that train needs to get on that train real fast if they want to stay in the industry. But that brings me somewhat long-winded to my next question, where I want to take this, because this level of visibility of data, this level of automation in the processes is now a core integral piece of how supply chain companies work. So my question to the panelists are, to which degree are we then prepared on the security side? Because we cannot ignore the fact that cybersecurity is a rapidly escalating risk. Just to throw a few words on that one, I mean, let's not forget 5 years ago when Maersk, the world's largest container line, was down for a week and it took them weeks to be fully up and running. That was actually a collateral damage effect of a Russian cyber attack on the Ukraine, just to put things into today's perspective. But outside of that, I mean, it's only a month ago we saw some major Indian terminals being brought offline for a while due to a cyber attack. We have one of the world's largest logistics companies and expediters still to this very day fighting with the aftermath of a cyber attack a few weeks ago. So this is clearly a major risk element. So what I would like to hear from our panelists is, how do you approach the schism between we want to be more and more interconnected? It's a vital part of the business, but how do we then build safeguards? I will not say to prevent cyber attacks, because that is not possible, but to limit the likelihood of them being successful, and also to increase your resilience to get back up and running should it happen.
Okay, thank you.
Can I take
Go
this?
ahead, Max. Sure.
We have a scenario prior to Corona. So we also here spoke with many customers and asked them how they're currently like following their goods, like tracking their assets. Most of them are still working with Excel lists. So they have like a team taking care about, okay, where's the container at the moment? They try to call like the ocean carrier and ask them, or the freight forwarder, where is my good at the moment located? When it gets to like a cyber attack, I would say 99% of all times, they don't know what is happening, because they don't have the visibility at all to like react to cyber attacks, to like replan again. With focus on technology, it's not about that companies like Project 44, for example, just purely like display data which is available. It's also about like securing the data to react on such kind of events. So we had it a couple of years ago. There was this huge cyber attack, I think it was Maersk, where nobody really was able to see what is going on, with like combining data to provide this overall view, not just, again, display one source, but also taking other data sources into like calculation. We were able to provide the visibility even if there's like a huge cyber attack. And besides, of course, there are also like other security like mechanisms behind it to really assure that the company is still able to work, and to also assure that the data is like safe in like their environment, like with secured like cloud tenant, for example. But it's all about like combining the sources to avoid such incidents.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Michael.
Yeah, maybe from a technology perspective, and obviously cybersecurity, as Lars mentioned, plays a much bigger role these days than it did 5 years ago, because connectivity has gone up, and we take things to the cloud, and when we operate within the cloud, we bring so many different parts of an ecosystem together. We need to be able to prevent that cyber attack from spreading through that ecosystem. And I think that's one of the biggest elements to look into when structuring such networks, is that you are be able to isolate attackers, you be able to single these situations out and protect the rest of the ecosystem. And as you do it, or how you do it as a company, I think we've gone that step that cybersecurity is one of the core elements of any of our developments going forward. Even though you work off the cloud in some instances, connectivity will take things to the cloud further and further. So you got to be prepared to manage these kind of things in the future in a different way. And for us, it's like you nominate an individual responsible, you create a team around him, your product development singles those things out and make sure that you have with rigid testing of your technology stack and with partnering with trusted sources who have the same kind of approach towards the importance of cybersecurity, you create an ecosystem which is less vulnerable. As Lars has said, we think we can't prevent it from happening whatsoever, because there will always be these very creative, but in many cases, ill-minded people who are trying to exploit these scenarios, that there is a vulnerability. You need to make sure you'll be able to shut that vulnerability off as quickly as possible.
Great, thank you. Anyone else would like to add something?
Just happy that I'm not in charge of IT in our company and I can sleep at nights.
Thank you.
But maybe just segue it back to people, right? So yes, right. It has to be really rigid systems, right? To back up, right? To test. But it's also important that all the employees understand the importance of cybersecurity and are trained, right, to really prevent this initial, right, malware coming in. Because if you look at the history of all recent attacks, it was actually not just the system, right, problem, but it was a human who let it in. So back to education, right? Constant training, right? I get probably 2 or 3 times a week an email that is a training email saying like, you clicked on that link. Don't do it ever again because of this, right? So that should be part of the company's strategy as well.
Thank you. Yes, Captain.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I would add on that, I remember when I was in the private sector, we used to have a lot of trainings related to the security. So the thing is, it's always changing. It's always evolving, became more advanced. And maybe companies separately alone, they cannot invest, heavily on that. So here I will move back to your point about, collaboration and having, cloud computing where everyone can have access. They don't need to invest heavily on that. They can use all the information, the data, networking, and at the same time, they will be more secure. So I really agree on that point.
Thank you. Lars, with your permission, I'd like to ask the audience if they have any questions or some comments they'd like to add to this fruitful discussion. Okay. We're back on the stage here. Let's move on. And I can understand, today, especially today with the advancement of technology that is actually out there. And some of it is really much more powerful than the technology that is being used by certain people. There are certain places that when I actually go to or try to do something on their website, I can just really predict that I'm going to get a call from somebody related to that company. And sure enough, I actually do. Someone takes this information and then use it for their own benefits. It could either be sold, or it could actually be hacked, or could be done in any way. So with that, and going back to Lars' comments, is the information safe? Forget your information. We know, you understand, you have firewalls and all that stuff that's actually protecting your data from being stolen. But what about the consumers who are actually relying on this technology to be used so they can have much easier life? I worry sometimes that, certain places that we just automatically, immediately, volunteer information without even knowing why are we being asked for this information. So in your world, or in our world, actually, do we have enough bricks and mortars are there, or maybe layers of security that are put there to protect not only our data, but the consumer's data as well?
I mean, maybe
Yes, Michael.
if I start, is the end customer data safe? And it comes back to your company policies and how you enforce them. And data privacy acts are deployed across the globe in various strength. And from a Siemens perspective, we do get, in particular on that one, regular trainings on how to deal with personal data. And we do through our technology, we invest our applications which are running in the field with customers, and we do regular inquiries about whether or not we're processing individuals' data, where you could basically derive an individual's identity therefrom, respectively. You could transfer that into another system. So there are audits which are happening on our systems in order to prevent any or malicious usage of information which does get processed. And there is very stringent processes in place also for the deletion of that data from our systems as and when it is processed. At the end, I believe data is there to make our life easier. It's a means of communication much faster than the human word would spread that. If you want to take advantage of the technology, and if you want to take advantage of data going forward, you will have to open up, you will have to communicate, you will have to build a level of trust into the systems. And how to do that, I think it is down to also seeing the adoption and seeing also the reaction to if there was a data breach on how it's been handled.
Let me just add something else to this. Actually, I'll change the question totally. Sorry, Lars, I don't mean to take over here, but I'm very curious because technology and especially the digitalization of our world is very, very sacred to me. Are we ready? Is our industry ready? This goes to everybody actually in the audience as well. Is our industry ready to go paperless? And don't tell me, yes, we have, PDFs and airway bills and being scanned and put in the computer. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking us becoming exactly like the passenger side of the business. Are we able to go paperless? Anyone? Okay, go ahead.
I jump in with a couple.
Please, go ahead, Lars. We'll let Fadi speak later. Go ahead, Lars.
No, I mean, that question should, I was about to say, be directed not only towards the industry, but also towards the various governments around the world. Because let's be honest, quite a bit of the information flow here is related to, for example, customs documents, veterinary documents, all sorts of documents that are rooted in local legislation in every individual country. So part of whether we are ready really boils down to which degree are all the various governments in the world ready to go down the path of truly becoming paperless. And that is a very varied spectrum ranging from somewhat towards, yeah, sure, to countries that are absolutely nowhere near. And over on the trade side, it boils down to something that is usually extremely boring and technical to talk about, namely data standards, where we still have quite a lack of common standards that is preventing some of this from moving ahead.
Okay, Fadi. You're right, Lars.
So to answer your question, yes, of course we're ready. We have to be ready. There's no other way moving forward anyways. So within our journey, we're moving into a paperless journey from A to Z. And that's whether you're a client, you're a colleague, you're an employee, or so on. So you could automatically do everything from a platform nowadays, whether you are a pure platform aggregator or whether you're a supply chain aggregator. Everyone is transforming. So I think we're definitely ready. It's just taking the step in order to start your journey. And that's really what I think of. That's one. Two, to answer the data point of view that you had a while ago, it should be an integral part of the cybersecurity roadmap that any company has, accompanied, of course, with an actionable risk assessment matrix. What if scenarios, and then you should always plug that in while you have your roadmap moving forward.
Okay, yes, Asif. Microphone, please.
Yes, I would like to agree with Lars. 2008, this is my time when I was with Emirates Sky Cargo. We were in the air rebel, the whole 747 Dubai, Heathrow, went paperless. As what Lars says, it's the governments. If they come up with a charter, if they come up with an agreement, a resolution, which is driven by IATA or a body to regulate it, that this is the line we should follow by so-and-so date. That every country airport servicing should go paperless. We equipped ourselves because we had instructions, then given to us that go ahead and go paperless. I mean, I left Emirates in 2017 as project manager for advanced technology and delivering this solution. But we went paperless. We delivered it. There are a couple of airports which are ready. In terms of building and agreeing to advanced technology process, you need to find process experts who understand the business, who understand what they're doing to build the IT solution. This is what my experience tells me in 33 years, that what we delivered, a 480-man-year project delivered in 18 months. And we built it because we were experts. How to run an airport, how to run an airline, ground handling, from 1 PL to 5 PL, right across. We're looking at the complete shipment transportation plan with smart messaging and real-time visibility. And how does revenue optimization works with it? That if in the operations side, this is the benefit, like Siemens, I worked with Siemens and delivering cargo mega terminal. Manless, paperless. In 2002, cargo mega terminal went manless and paperless. So what do we do with a lot of people? How do we use their mind in optimizing what they should be doing now? So that's when we looked at our process. Where are those gaps, and how we can see the value and stitch those gaps up and use cargo load optimizers as a visual aid. So in operations, we could use this technology. How would it work for a salesman? How would it work for revenue optimization at yield management? How would it work in different core areas of the business? So optimization right across the value chain you have to look at, which then provides you that complete benefit right across. And this is at worldwide, and having complete visibility, you see. So, I mean, spot on, Lars. I mean, unless we don't have regulatory bodies and organizations don't firm up or governments don't firm up. I mean, I studied 255 custom regulations to understand and stitch that into the system. What would India want? What would Japan want? What would Australia want? And nobody's talking to each other. So you had to work out a solution. And we did that. But then what happened? IATA, someone has to pull up and come up with this date that by so-and-so time, we should all go paperless. Technology is available. Make it happen. And the benefits are there. It depends who's going to start when, and when is it going to be delivered. Unless there's no charter, it's just going to lie there. It has to come from a regulatory authority or a government department, agency, which sets this as a global standard for aviation or even for the shipping line.
Great. Thank you, Russ. That's wonderful. Yes, Irina.
Can I add to your point, right, on the front? So is the technology there to go paperless? Yes, right. But is the adoption of that technology by all the parties involved in the process there to go paperless? The answer is no, right? And also maybe one of the mistakes that we all are making is trying to digitalize the existing process, where the new technology would allow us to completely redesign the process. And that's maybe some of the hurdles are coming from that. We're just trying to make whatever we do now digital and not really looking at the process. So let's look at the blockchain as a technology and its potential for customs clearance, right? If we just put the same process on the blockchain, yes, right, it's possible, and it will give us an advantage, right? But with the use of a smart contract, right, we can really relook at the whole process and idea of green channel clearance. And that's where probably the delay is also happening, that we are not, the industry as a whole, not always looking at the possibilities of a new technology and how we can change the process in turns, because too many parties involved and not each and every party is ready to think and do things differently. What it will change, I think it will have to, right? And we see, like, look, 100 years ago, right, there was shipping between countries, right? And now we're doing it differently. But how quick it will go, it really depends probably on regulators first, right, to push that need to look at the process differently and to demand, right, digitalization. But yeah, I'm not yet quite sure that the whole world is ready to jump on it. Here we see some progressive, right, movements. Dubai Customs is exploring blockchain, right? We look across the Emirate border. Even then, we already see some discrepancies.
Yeah, Michael, add something?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just one thing to add. So I'm kind of disagree with your statement. So in fact, that we are like a 100% digital company. During the last, I would say, 1.5 to 2 years, we recognized the huge change of like adoption into like this digital way of working and into like this paperless way of working. So I would say it's not like 100% fast, but we are getting there. And I think this makes the difference. So I think that like crisis disruptions, like driving innovations, and this is what we as a like 100% digital company really figured out in the last 2 years, that there is a change going on.
I mean, I would echo the fact that we need further regulation and further push from a bigger scale. But the question is, how long are our customers ready to wait for that? And I think here, the industry as such, and providers, technology providers, yourselves from a DHL or a cargo provider like Etihad or Emirates Sky Cargo, I think we have to do our bit in order to accelerate that and drive it. And I think adoption comes with demonstrating proof points that things do work better if you are put yourself on that road to digitalization and to paperless working. One of the examples I want to refer to is a project we did here in Dubai with Donata, where we digitalized, and it's actually a simple thing. We digitalized their front yard operations to the extent that you implement a booking system for people to book slots for the arrival of their trucks and picking up the cargo. If you compare the operations there today, then with those which you've had before, where there was, I would say it was quite a whirlwind of forwarders, the small white vans, the big trucks, and nobody knew where to go and when to come, and everyone tried to come in at rush hour, and people spent hours and hours waiting, and we wasted a lot of time waiting for something to be picked up. And the question at the start of that project was, will this society be ready to adopt here locally? And a big question around, can we organize that place? And if we look back, when people said, no, this will never be possible, you trying to flog a dead horse, trying to push it in this direction. And if we look at the operations which have been created right now, looking at processes in a different way and not basically digitalizing the mess, but really streamlining it, it comes out that even the smallest operator of a forwarding business, one company which runs like 3-4 vans and has a few drivers, they called up and said, this is the greatest thing you could have done for my business, because I suddenly don't have one turnaround a day, I have 5, because I know when to pick something up and when to deliver something. So I get much more productivity out of that whole value chain. And if you cast your net wider than your own operation, you suddenly create customer experience at its best. And this is what I think everyone who is a commercially operating company, but even the governments want. They want people to be happy and want to come back for business with them. And by opening up and being ready for that part of digitalization, we're creating that. If we wait for the authorities to create that framework, I think we will be continuing to wait for a long time to get that alignment across the world. I think it's very difficult to achieve that. Although I agree, it would be very nice to have it.
Yes, and
Right. Maybe can elaborate on this. I mean, being ready is not a choice, right? Now, I think if we're talking about the technology, again, yes, it's ready, but are you willing to be there? So I believe that the company will not adopt or early adopt this technology and coupled with the right maybe business model, they will lose a big market share or might be out of business. So, I mean, again, going to the best example, which is the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, we realized many things on the digitization that was really carrying, you know, this pandemic. For example, the online payment for the e-commerce, it has increased in few weeks in Saudi Arabia from 30% to 80%, right? There was a resistance from some companies, either merchants or courier, but again, there is no choice. If you talk about, you know, the warehouses, the fulfillment center, the dark stores, we thought this will never come. But now you see how it's moving fast, because we are registering many companies just transforming, you know, digitally in order to get or keep their market share or increase it. So if you keep doing, as they say, you know, the only consistent in life is continuous change, and it will be this way. So I think, yes, technology is there, but companies, they need to consider it. And if they are not, they will be out.
okay, Lars?
Yeah, I would rather go down a slight different path here, because I agree with everything that's been said here. But one of the critical things for this transformation to take place is, as with everything in life, can we get the right resources? And in order to go through this digital transformation, it was mentioned here that we definitely need, I was about to say, people that know what they're doing. So we need experts from within the industry, but we need to combine that with people that are clear expert over on the data science side, on the IT and programmer side. And this is where I see a challenge, because if there's something in the world that's a scarce resource right now, it's those technical skills and competencies, which means that the supply chain industry is in direct competition with every other industry in the world to attract the people who can actually do this. And my question to the panel is really, I was about to ask, are we sufficiently attractive? I would rather at least state my own opinion. I would say, I don't think we are. I mean, we are either an unsexy industry or an invisible industry in the eyes of a lot of young people. How do we become sufficiently attractive to actually be able to attract the right people with those skills in competition with, let's call it, other more sexy or interesting industries out there.
All right. Fadi?
I'll get that since you said sexy industries. So mind my language.
He'll make you
And that's
sexy,
what
for sure.
we tell everyone, that we're introducing sexy to logistics. So we're introducing transformation to logistics, okay? By deploying robotics, by deploying everything, you would have the right resources. So you need to transform from within first in order to expect everyone to join your vision, right? So why would I have people coming from the States to join IQ here in Dubai or in Saudi, since we're embarking into Saudi this year? We're looking at around 100 people only this year. Most of them are from all over the world or whatever, because they believe in what we're building, right? But you have to have something that they believe in. So whether you're on the right path of transformation, deploying robotics, automation, or whatever sort of technology you want to deploy, but you have to be on that pathway in order to really basically get the right talent or resources to join your vision. It's more of a vision than basically a cause that it's at the end of the day, it's a problem that you're trying to solve, right? So if you have the right solution, company with a great vision in order to transform the entire industry, that's what we basically will. You'll have ambassadors joining your company, not only basically people.
Okay. Yes, Junior.
Maybe Fadi, talking about the vision, if we talk about Saudi Arabia and Vision 2030, one of the main objective pillar was the logistics. So actually it's became trend in Saudi Arabia, very attractive to many people. And we have gap between the market demand and the labor supply. So actually one of my personal dreams was back in 2016, to have the right logistics academy. So actually this dream became true in 2020 when we started, even before I joined the government. I was a board member in the Saudi Logistics Academy. And here we wanted to do things completely different. It's not like the traditional, because, from my humble experience, being advisory board and a few universities specialized in supply chain. So I learned through, this process and experience and mistake. So actually we have this with the right tools, with the right curriculums, and we focus big part of it related to the technology. So we have, all the right tools, and we start communicating, building the right process, and we start communicating with the private sector in order to have different kinds of programs. We have the diploma, we have the short program, certification, executive programs. And at the first intake, when we started, that was last year in September, we had around 340 students, and they were very well selected, and they will be graduated this coming August. And actually, when we had the board meeting just last week, and I wanted to see this student, what quality we're talking about, with all these simulators we have and programs we have and the best faculty from around the world. And I was impressed and surprised with the quality we have, right? And we got a very positive feedback from the private sector because again, it's 12 months. The last 4 months is on-job training. And we got very positive feedback. And I think, again, it is attractive, answering that question. And I think there is a new opportunities. There is a new set of skills required for this sector. It won't be the same. So just I wanted to share this experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Looking at the time, and I'm being very conscious of the most important element of the day, which is lunch. If there are any questions from the audience, we will entertain that before we excuse our panelists. Okay, Lars, do you have anything to add before we break for lunch?
Maybe just a final comment on my part, because we spent quite a considerable amount of time sort of talking about the security and cybersecurity aspects, which almost makes it sound like we are entering a more unsafe area in terms of information. I don't see it that way. I mean, it's a risk, just like there are physical risks in the world, there are cyber risks, they need to be managed. And maybe as a final comment on this, just my thought on it, what it also allows us is to increase another element of safety. As a practical example, reports from the maritime insurance companies just before the pandemic showed that once every 2 weeks, there's a big fire on a container ship somewhere, which of course is an obvious challenge. Part of the problem there is misdeclaration of cargo. If we think it through, what technology can potentially help us do is reduce these incidents. Just me being extremely simplistic here, it would help us if you have, or not if, but when we get IoT trackers and containers, for example, you're able to see that this shipper that booked a container full of t-shirts, you can see the empty containers picked up from the depot, it stops at the fireworks factory, and then it gets gated in at the terminal. I mean, there are also opportunities in this that will allow us to improve safety and improve trust throughout the supply chain. And we should embrace and utilize all of those opportunities.
Thank you, Lars. All right, unless there are any questions, I will go ahead and ask you to join me in giving our panelists a round hand of applause. And thank you very much for your participation. We will go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll come back, I believe, at 13:05. I have no idea why, but it says 13:05, so I'll just go along with what's written. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For you.
Okay, everyone, do apologize for the delay. I did say that our lunch will finish at 13:05, but it turned out to be actually a lot longer than that because dessert was so good. And well, without further ado, we'd like to make sure we invite our next speakers for the next session. And this has to do with this sustainability. I'd like to invite, obviously, our good friend, Mr. Hans Ettengerber from Demos to come up to the stage. Thank you, sir. And of course, from DHL, Vice President of Marketing and Sales, Miss Mary Oxley. And of course, joining us virtually is another speaker. He is not a moderator this time, is Mr. Lars Jensen, who's joining us all the way from Copenhagen. I'm sure he would much rather be here today because the weather is kind of interesting in Copenhagen right now, Lars. It's kind of cold and
I would much rather be down there. Absolutely.
And, you know, this is becoming a trend. So our next speaker who was actually supposed to be here, Eko, is no longer going to join us because he is actually had another case similar to Lars where he was tested positive, I believe, or he was with positive people, one of the two. We're all with positive people. Look at this room, full of positive people. Not that kind of positive, though. So, that's it. Oops, sorry. That's it, Sam. I don't. Okay, so David, no, okay. All right. Well, then in that case, I will introduce the session. This is again about sustainability, obviously from the containers to the ULDs, to the aircraft, to the trucking companies, to the warehousing equipment and all of that stuff. It's talking all about sustainability. So with that, I'd like to have everybody just a little bit introduction of themselves and then get to know them a little bit better, and then we'll move on to our next question. So I'll start with the ladies first. Mary.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be here today with you. My name is Mary Oxley. I am the head of sales and marketing for Middle East and Africa for DHL Global Forwarding. I've been with the organization for just over 20 years. Recently moved to Dubai 3 weeks ago. And before that, I was based in our business in Singapore, and prior to that in Australia. So really pleased to be here with you today and just share some insights into what DHL is doing, you know, in line with sustainability across the global business. Thank you.
Okay, Hans.
Yeah, my name is Hans Ettengruber, and I'm heading Demos FZE, and that is a company that is specialized in automation for material handling systems and specialized in, let's say, side loading trucks, special forklift trucks. And I'm here since 13 years.
I don't think we need an introduction for Lars, but Lars, would you like to say a couple of words?
Oh, that would just be a couple of words. I've been here for 21 years in the industry, and I neither buy nor sell freight. I just try to observe and figure out what is going on and what is going to happen. Simple as that.
Thank you, sir. When it comes to sustainability, we actually all ask ourselves the same question. Are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? And what targets are we actually looking to aspire to make sure that we do what we need to do? And what are we looking to achieve in terms of sustainability, and can our business support it? So a whole load of questions here, but I will sum it up to the current targets that actually are going to aspire your company to do in terms of sustainability? So I'll begin with you, Hans.
Yeah, well, that's the main topic right now. And it has been for quite a while. And what we have done in the company is actually that all our trucks are electrically driven. So that means, well, as of now, we don't know if 100% of that electricity that they use is produced without using carbon. We cannot say yes right now. It will be probably still a big portion, but at least we have enabled the machines to use electricity. And so therefore we are, let's say, on a good way. But basically in the whole industry, let's say the transport between A and B when we are using air cargo aircraft, I don't see the future there where we can, let's say, not use carbon-based fuels, but they're working on it.
Okay. Mary, same question if you don't mind.
Sure. So I think from a DHL perspective, the roadmap that we have set, similar to lots of other organizations in this room, to be zero emissions by 2050. There's obviously a number of different levers that we expect to put in place to be able to reach that. We would say that we're between two S curves at the moment. So I think really in achieving the true sustainability is to burn less and to burn clean, right? I think we've all agree that we've done a lot to burn less in terms of supply chain optimization, route optimization, modal shifts, etc. But really where the true essence comes down to, and what Hans has mentioned, is really about the burning clean. Electrification, also sustainable fuels, in particular aviation, which is obviously the biggest contributor. We've taken a really big stance in the roadmap within DHL really to further enhance what we can do. And a big focus for us is on the blend of sustainable aviation fuels into the industry by 2050. And we've committed to a 30% reduction, I think, which is quite significant. We've done that quite recently by one of the largest purchases of sustainable aviation fuel, where we just recently purchased 33,000 litres of aviation fuel from KLM, Air France, Martinair, which will pivot into the organization in the next 3 years. So I think quite a detailed approach.
Thank you. Lars, I'm actually going to change the question for you a little bit. Question is, are we doing enough? Are companies who are actually in our industry, in our sector, are they doing what they're supposed to be doing in order for them to meet our corporate social responsibility? Is the CSR program that most of our companies have, or most of the companies that we work with in the sector, are actually looking at this as the core or one of the core activities that they need to achieve? And when will they achieve?
First off, I don't think it's a yes or no question, because I'm right now putting especially my container shipping hat on, and you'll obviously find companies all along the spectrum. That's one thing that's critical to keep in mind. Are they doing enough? Well, you can always say you should do more, but there's a couple of nuances here that are important. First of all, how quick and are they even going to decarbonize? And from that perspective, I have an expectation, at least on the shipping part, that not only will the shipping companies decarbonize, they will do an active effort in speeding it up. And maybe to nuance on why it's not just, you can say, a wild guess on my part. The way I see this drive on the container shipping sector is that it is driven by a financial motivation and not primarily by an environmental consideration. Because much as we can talk about that this is for the environmental benefit, if we're being just a slightly bit cynical, the financial motivator tends to be a lot stronger than the green motivator on its own. And happily here, the two actually go hand in hand. And whilst most people will say, well, hang on a second, if you're going to decarbonize, that's going to be more expensive. Surely that goes counter. But if we think it through, if you think about this long term, as a shipping line right now, you're dependent on one type of energy and one alone. That is basically oil, which means if oil becomes extremely expensive, you are stuck with that fuel source. On the other hand, if I decarbonize my ships, that means I have to transform to use some type of green electric fuel. Doesn't really matter whether it's green methanol or ammonia or a third source, but the point is I can make the green fuel on all types of energy. So if I decarbonize my fleet, I become independent of the energy source, and then we can then also, let's say, hope for, actually think, over time, the cheapest energy is going to be the sustainable energy. So that is why they are going to decarbonize. The second part is, why would they necessarily doing it rapidly? Again, there is a financial motivation. Originally, the industry seemed motivated by the IMO 2050 goals that said we should reduce total emissions by 50% in 2050. That was then, the ante was then upped slightly by a number of carriers that said they're going to totally decarbonize. Well, reducing to the IMO 2050 goals, but totally decarbonize are basically the same thing. Then Hapag-Lloyd upped the ante further by setting the date of 2045, then surpassed recently by Maersk that said 2040. Now, why would some of these large companies want to do it faster when it costs them money? Very simple. If I accelerate the decarbonization, it also becomes much more expensive in terms of upfront investments. This favors large existing container lines and raises the barriers of entry for competitors. So the faster I decarbonize, the more I can also solidify my competitive position in the industry. That is a clear advantage for all the existing container lines to go down this path. So what I see going forward here is an industry that will indeed try to decarbonize as rapidly as physically possible, driven by economic motivations. The environment will clearly benefit. It's not an either or. The main barrier I see, what is going to slow this down, is going to be the physical availability of fuel. That is the critical element. That is something not directly under the control of any of the shipping lines or other supply chain participants. And before I stop my rambling stream of words here, just to throw a number out there, you could see Maersk, for example, a couple of weeks ago announced a collaboration with 6 fuel providers to provide green methanol for their coming fleet of 16,000 TEU ships. And if you only look at the number, it looks like a lot of fuel. They're going to produce 700,000 tons of green fuel. That sounds like a lot. Until if I look at shipping in total, we are probably going to need something like 800 million tons of fuel, which is 1,000 times more than what the Maersk agreement right now does. So is it the right direction? Yes. Are the shipping lines likely going to accelerate the agenda as much as possible? I actually think yes. But we should look not just at this industry, we should look at the fuel providers. How quickly can they actually accelerate? Because it doesn't do us any good. We have green ships or even green aircraft, which is going to use electric fuels as well, if the fuel providers can't keep up.
Okay, thank you very much, Lars. That was very enlightening. And one of the things that we're noticing, and we're noticing not necessarily just in our industry, but in the world in general, is people are becoming a lot more conscious when it comes to the environment and when it comes to sustainability. Now, there are customers who take it to an extreme, and I'm talking about customers who will demand that they only deal with companies or with carriers or with couriers or whoever companies they want to deal with that are only dealing with sustainable, that have sustainable activities and all that stuff. So I'm going to pick on Mary here for a second. Your customers, are they demanding sustainable solutions? That's question one. And the second question, are they willing to pay for it? Have you noticed this trend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Great question. Are customers demanding? Yes. Are they willing to pay? Yes. Right. And I'll give you a couple of examples. And I think the 2 biggest contributors, logistics aside, in terms of sectors, is certainly the retail fashion sector, in addition to consumer electronics. Here in Dubai, a couple of weeks ago, we held an event with some key luxury customers, and the key focus of that event really was around sustainability, was to drive the forum to create a space for luxury companies to come together, and really discuss the pathway and the way forward Are they actively taking steps? Yes, they are. And I think an area really, which is a big focus, I know sustainability, fuel, Lars, is really, really important, but I think really comes down to waste. But then second step is really the circular economy. So really looking into reusing, reselling, and that's really becoming a core focus. I think ultimately, customers aside, it's the end user. And I think the demographics of the end user are changing. Young people, your Gen Z, your Gen X, they're becoming, millennials are becoming a lot more savvy, and they are the ones who are prepared to pay for it. So I think the opportunity, and also even moving away in the big shift from physically going into a store to buy a new garment, do they want that now? Not necessarily. I think there's businesses here in Dubai, which recycle, luxury products. Is somebody prepared to pay for a secondhand Rolex? Or a Birkin handbag more than what they would do going into a store? Yes, because they see, one, the availability, and two, I think the contribution back to society. So I think it is an interesting question, but I think really what it fuels for us is to facilitate those discussions amongst the sectors, really to bring the sectors closer together, because it's only together collaboration will start and really solutions and innovation will start to take place.
Great, thanks. Hans, in your world, is this becoming a trend? What Mary is talking about, that the customers are demanding and they're willing to pay for it?
Well, let's say, have not demanded it. We have provided it. As I mentioned earlier, that we have these, let's say, all the drives electrically operated. And are they willing to pay for it? Yes, otherwise we would not be in business, yeah, because the cost is always calculated into the prices. So yes.
If I could just piggyback on this question here a little bit. We know that right now existing businesses have invested millions and millions into equipment that they've already saying that they're going to, by the time they have an ROI on this equipment, is going to be so many years from today. And I'm thinking one specifically, but we will not mention names. Now, in order for them to actually become sustainable, or to actually have sustainability applied into this fleet or into this type of equipment that they've already purchased, there has to be a cost. And is this cost something they're willing to pay today? Suppose tomorrow, and I will come back to Lars and ask him the same question about what should government do, or what kind of role should governments play in order for them to ensure this happens? So that question goes back to, can or are these companies who own this large fleet of trucks, let's pick on trucks here for a second, are they willing to modify all these trucks or replace them all with something a lot more good for the environment?
Yeah, they will definitely do that. Let's say the governments are setting frameworks all over the world for every company to become more sustainable. But in the end, you cannot do it digitally. It has to be produced. And let's say we have heard that the goals are whatever, 2050, then 2045, 2040. You cannot shorten the periods just like that. If you say you want to do it, there has to be the production capacity to supply all these things to the customers. Yeah.
All right.
So
Lars,
it will take time. Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Definitely. I mean, there's nothing is going to happen just like that. No one's going to say, I'm burning all this equipment and I'm bringing brand new ones tomorrow. So that's not going to happen. Lars, what should the government do? I mean, authorities do in this case?
There's a couple of things to keep in mind. If you allow me, I will answer your your question secondly and answer one you didn't ask first. Because the way I think about this one is there's going to be a very, very long transition period from now. And let's just be optimistic. Let's call it 2040 just for sake of argument. And that means that right now there is zero, let's call it TEU miles produced that are genuinely green. And then in a few years from now, there'll be a few thousand TEU miles that are green, and it'll be more and more. Are there customers out there today that are willing to pay? Yes, there are. They are not in the majority, but they do exist. But here's the challenge. If I now have a completely green ship and I have a service from, say, Shanghai to Rotterdam, a standard Asia-Europe service, I might have customers worth, say, 500 TEU out of the 20,000 that are willing to pay on that one service. But those same customers would also be willing to pay for green shipments, not from Shanghai to Rotterdam, but from Hong Kong to Antwerp, or from Hong Kong to Los Angeles. So what we need to find here is a framework of accounting for the green TEU miles. This is how I see the transition take place over the next 20 years. So when a carrier launches a vessel, you will look at, I have now produced this many thousands of TEU miles that are genuinely green. I can then sell them to customers. You don't necessarily physically need to have your container on that ship. That's no different than, I mean, here where I sit in Copenhagen, the electricity coming out of my plug over here, I can choose between normal or green. Of course, it's exactly the same electricity, but there has to be an accounting mechanism for this. And that's where it becomes important that there is a standard and a framework built up. So we don't get into a situation where, let's say, a shipping line operates a 5,000 TEU container vessel and sells 1 million green slots. That would be obvious greenwashing. So we need to have a standard set in place for accounting for how many green TEU miles have you produced to make sure you also don't sell more than that. Because then there will definitely be a market and it will gradually grow and you can cater to the customers that are already today willing to pay for it. That finally, with a long detour, brings me to your question, Joe. What should the governments do? I don't see the governments play a role in setting this standard. Mostly from a practical perspective, I find it hard to see the governments necessarily agreeing on such a standard within a time frame that is less than glacial. I think the market will be better able to find in such a mechanism. Where the governments have a role to play is in helping to accelerate this development. And that will predominantly come through, for example, carbon taxation mechanisms, because that will change the incentive mechanism and speed up both the production of green fuels and the incentive to actually shift. And also on this point, I have no illusion that there is going to be a global carbon tax. That's just not going to happen. It is going to be regional. It's going to be different. EU is going to do one thing. US will likely do something else. Korea will do something third. Australia will do their own thing, and so on and so forth. That will be administratively more difficult, but that's for the carriers to handle. But what the governments really can do is to help push in that direction. Where it becomes, let's say, more of a gray area is if you do introduce this carbon taxation, that of course then also introduces the political question, what do you do with that tax revenue? Should that then be used for all sorts of other purposes? Should it go into an investment fund for greening shipping, an investment fund for something else? That is more of a political discussion. But irrespective of what that tax revenue is used for, if you make it more expensive to use the fossil fuels, you will de facto also accelerate the decarbonization process.
Great, thank you very much, Lars. You're right. It was a very good answer to a very brief question.
Can I add to that point?
Yes, please, Mary.
I think back to Lars' point, what else can governments do? Financial incentives. And we've seen it play out just quite recently in China, where the electrification of vehicles, where they set themselves a target for 2025 to have 20% EV on the road. They will achieve that this year. And they've done so by financial incentives to companies to do so. So I do agree with Lars that it is going to be a regional, it's going to be a country-based target, but it will become a key driver. And I think where organizations put a financial backing behind it, this is what in itself really shifts the mindset and brings about change.
See, this is actually, you reminded me of something. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and she was debating whether she should buy an electric car or not. And obviously she's really big on sustainability. She loves to protect the environment. She's really one of those activists, let's put it that way. But the only reason she didn't buy the car is because she wouldn't want to be caught somewhere without fuel, because there isn't a station or electric station that she could charge her vehicle from. And two, it would take time. And she's always pressed for time. Obviously, she's not really good when it comes to appointments, but still, she is definitely always pressed for time. And this is one of the things that we definitely don't have all the infrastructure, but are we there yet? I mean, it would probably take us, like Lars said, it'll take us a few years to move along with this. Lars, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I won't speak to the inland EVs and the electric trucks, but if I look at the shipping part, I see that basically as a non-issue. Because ultimately, vessels will have to move on some type of electro fuel, again, be that green methanol or ammonia or whatever, that doesn't really matter. But what that means is this fuel will be produced somewhere. And how do you move methanol? How do you move ammonia? You do it in product tankers. That is absolutely no different than today, where the large majority of fuel is produced in a few geographical locations, and we move them in product tankers. So the distribution and fueling facilities for green fuel conceptually is absolutely no different than what we do today. It's just the product that's different.
Great. All right. Brings me to one last question for the panels, and then I'll open it up to the audience. The question that we've actually been asking and we've been talking about, and has been the theme of actually our conference today, is collaboration. How can the sector collaborate? And I'm talking about the entire sector with all the support services and all of the people that are actually, whether the authorities or the operators themselves and all that stuff. So how can the sector collaborate more to make sure that sustainability is our goal and we'll be successful at it? Lars, I'll bring this to you, and then we'll take it down to our panelists.
And I will bring up the usually very boring word of standards. That is how the sector can collaborate. The sector should not say collaborate on saying we should do exactly the same thing. No, they should compete on building what are the most efficient ships, what are the most efficient engines, what's the best way of setting up the supply chain. But they should collaborate on standards such as what I mentioned before. How do we account for how many green TEU miles do we produce? How do we generate a system so that people that buy green freight can actually trust that this is indeed green freight and not just greenwashing? So that type of collaboration, I think, is going to be absolutely critical.
Okay, Lars, I'm going to put you on the spot here for a second. Who's watching? Who's counting? Who's actually doing all of this and saying,
right now, no one. That's part of the problem, right? There is no one watching as it is. What we are seeing right now, let's take a practical example. In the European Union, under the MRV legislation, shipping lines have been required to report their CO2 emissions on an annual basis for the last few years. And you can say, fine, then somebody is counting. But here's where the gap is. Even though I measure potentially extremely accurately how much carbon emissions do I have from a particular vessel over a year, that is fine. But how much of that is then applied to that one container my customer is shipping from Xiamen to Oslo? That's the key. It's the distribution down. And if we don't agree, we're going to end up all over the place. I mean, the container lines have tried for 20 years to put such a standard in place. You have, for example, the Clean Cargo Work Group. It has definitely done a lot of effort in trying to put in, for example, carbon calculators. But here's the trouble I have with that approach. I mean, even to this very day, you still have large container lines that have online CO2 calculators. Yet, because the methodology is not completely ironclad, I can find examples where if I ship the container with two different container lines, but it will physically go on the same ship because they are in alliance with each other, I get a different result, even from a methodology that's supposed to show the same number. That does not provide me with a great deal of comfort in terms of whether we are accounting correctly or not. So right now, nobody is counting, but that has to come in place, because otherwise it's going to be a free-for-all and you're going to see too much greenwashing going forward.
Thank you, sir. Hans?
Yeah, so basically it's you should do good things and talk about them. Yeah, so like we have a saying in Germany, let's say almost literally translated. However, then you would use that maybe in your marketing, and you differentiate yourself and say, okay, your company is doing this, and this is all helping to be more sustainable, and then you might attract more customers. So that might be one of the approaches. But if we look at ourselves, yeah, on a private scheme, if you book a flight online, you have a box that you can tick and say, okay, you want this flight to be compensated by some trees to be planted. Do you tick it and pay? That's already a question. Or if you drive to the supermarket and you see cars, especially in the summer, that just run without anybody sitting in the car because they are just purchasing inside and then coming back and they want a cool car, that's not sustainable. So actually everything starts with your own performance. Yeah, you can have your plans in the company, but in the end, it's you that has to do it on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, sir. Mary?
I think it comes back to really the key point, what Lars brought up was standards are an absolute must. They really are the key driver. But then when it comes down to sectors working together, share secrets. You know, I think unless we can all collaborate, communicate, inspire each other really to drive change, we will not have a planet to drive change for going forward. You know, ourselves, our children will be the ones who will be left with the price to pay. And I think this is where it really comes down to having those true, open, honest conversations and really openly sharing and helping each other. If somebody develops a new sustainable product, for example, share the secrets on how to do so. And I think at the end of the day, it really all comes down to put your money where your mouth is, really KPI financial reporting and putting money forward to really make a difference.
Okay.
And if I can then come with a comment on this as well, because I mean, we talked a lot about sustainability and we focus very much on the decarbonization. But there are a ripple effect, there are a number of ripple effects, but one that I think is never brought to this sustainability discussion, which I think it should be, is think it through. If we are being optimistic, I happen to be optimistic, and decarbonization will be accelerated. That as a logical consequence also means that over the next 15 to 20 years, we are going to scrap the entire fleet of all vessels in the world. And stop for a moment and think about how are we going to do that? How do we scrap ships today? Most vessels that are scrapped today are scrapped under conditions that are definitely not very good seen from a CSR perspective, especially on beaches in Bangladesh, in India, and in Pakistan. If we are suddenly over the next 15, 20 years going to dramatically accelerate the number of vessels we scrap, under which conditions is that going to happen? That is an issue that is not even being touched anywhere, but I think it's an issue that needs to be brought to the forefront because we need to plan for this.
Is it going to be a showstopper, you think, Lars?
No, certainly not. I mean, if nobody does anything, it's not going to be a showstopper. You're just going to see a dramatic acceleration of the number of vessels being beached in these countries and are being demolished, literally under the worst working conditions imaginable.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'll open it up to the audience. Questions, comments? Yes, Vasi.
I would like to add to what Hans was talking about. Faster aircrafts means equipment's changing, technology is coming, aircrafts are coming. They're flying fast, they're reaching to the destination fast. Smarter airports, quick turnarounds, just-in-time product, time efficiency, cross-docking airland sea. You need to have the required equipment to manage your cross-docking, your loading, offloading. And it starts right from airports. Now, if Boeing and Airbus or whichever aircraft manufacturer comes with a faster aircraft and a much more efficient aircraft, and ground handling airports are not up to speed with that, then you have an issue. So they'll have to upgrade. They would require, this is all evolving. Same thing with freight forwarders within their turnaround. And at terminals, may it be ports, may it be airports. So yes, I mean, there is a big requirement. And this is something, it's a continuous evolution. Because as you said, that what's going to drive, how is it going to drive for him? It needs to drive because he's bringing in that smart technology, because the transporting vehicle, maybe airline C, is getting quicker, smarter, right? So the readiness of ports and airports or terminals or service providers or integrators, they all have to come to speed with that kind of technology in handling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone would like to comment on that? All right, I have actually just one. Oh, sorry, we have a question.
Yep. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Fabrice. I'm working at Etihad Cargo, and I'm wearing a green tie today, so it's not on purpose. But yeah, I just have a few comments because I'm listening very carefully to this sustainability and CSR, corporate social responsibility, since years. I guess we are all. I have an European background where you had 20 years ago the CO2 compensation, you know, and this market also ongoing where you had to purchase CO2 points in a way, and it was a disaster because there was spoilage into the organization. So I guess since 20 years, unfortunately also, there was misconception on what is exactly sustainability. What does it mean? And as long as it was perceived as being something you have to contribute, but you don't know really why, that was one of the blocker. The second comment is linked to what has just been said right now. If we can find from a marketing point of view, the value that sustainability can bring in through technology, I guess it would make more sense also. If you are able, for instance, to diminish the waiting time, to go for cross-docking, avoiding that pass, utilizing new routes, then of course, you're wasting less. And by wasting less, you're increasing your sustainable approach. But in the same time, the airlines, and especially at Etihad Cargo, we've been doing so. And I mean, if you take the big manufacturer, Boeing, Airbus, they kept producing aircrafts, reducing by 20%. Now, 40% in less than 20 years is the amount of CO2 reduced through the new technology of the aircrafts. In the same time, as an airline, what I always find a bit, you know, a part of the misconception is that we contribute only to 3% of the global movements. So we are not, we are being seen, but we are not the main contributor. And the last comment, and sorry for that, but that's a topic which is very interesting indeed, but I guess the why is missing. If we all get the real why is sustainable really important? Maybe it could really change, because I guess we've been talking a lot about the figures. What does it mean exactly? Why are we focusing, by the way, only on CO2? Because sustainability is not only about CO2 reduction, it's much broader. And yeah, I guess that, of course, within the supply chain, it's one important element, but it's something which is much broader than that. And that I would say message is something which is a bit lacking.
Thank you, Alex. Actually, I have just something to add, well, kind of a question to add to what Alex just said and mentioned. Does this have to be immediately moving from one extreme to the other? Or can we do, as what Alex just mentioned right now, is take it slowly, gradually, move towards sustainability by gradually emitting or removing some of the things that are adding carbon to the environment and all that stuff. So I guess one bite at a time will not hurt, rather than just take the whole sandwich all at once. This is the kind of thing that I'm sure there are a lot of companies out there who are doing their part. And are they doing it like that, or are they just simply saying, no, we're just gonna just basically break up here and move on to the next level? How is it working out, Lars?
I mean, it is not breaking off and going from one extreme to another. I mean, I see this as a slow, gradual evolutionary process. Again, the fastest, I would applaud Musk for putting up 2040 as a target, because I find that to be fairly aggressive, and I don't see any way it can be done any faster than that. That's basically as fast as it can go. It is going to be slow and incremental. What I might be somewhat more concerned about is, and of course, that's where more, you can say, the political pressure comes in, with a I'm not sure whether requirement or demand is the right word. Wish might be the right word, that an industry such as, for example, shipping, we cannot wait until 2040 or 2045. No, you need to do this in a much, much shorter time frame, which would sound good in a political document, but in a physical world would be unachievable. So we might then risk bringing to the forefront some solutions that sound good in the extremely short run, but is going to trip us up slightly longer. Let me make an example, and I'm sure some will be happy and some will definitely not be happy. If I look at, for example, the change to vessels being LNG powered, I find that to fall squarely in this category. Because if I build vessels today that are powered by LNG, let's forget methane slip for a second. That means that right now I will reduce my carbon emissions. That is fantastic. However, I'll reduce them only by 25%, and now I'm stuck with that vessel for the next 25 years. If, on the other hand, we didn't do it, then we could move with the old ships a little bit longer. That means we don't get the carbon reduction the next couple of years. But when the green fuel is then ready, we will have a more rapid transition to that solution. So there are definitely examples out there where short-term gains might actually end up prolonging our long-term aims, whereas a slow and gradual process might actually be more beneficial overall.
Good point. Mary?
I think it comes down to the Paris climate change science-based target, 1.5%, there's really key specifics and studies that have been undertaken around it. And this is where we as organizations need to set science-based targets to achieve it. I think setting a date and, a value is one thing, but I think it's really how do we get to that and what's the trajectory? Businesses are increasing globally. I think we've seen with the pandemic, there's not less aircraft flying, there's more of a demand at the moment. So aircraft, et cetera, need to be more sustainable. And I think this is a core focus, green miling, the first and last mile, buildings. Again, there's lots of different incremental steps in the process that need to be taken, but it certainly does come down to the difference between 1.5 and 2 is quite significant. And that means the difference between having a planet or having an iceberg in the North and the South Pole versus not, which is ultimately going to lead to increased climate change. And I think these are key areas of fundamental we as human beings really need to make a difference beyond the logistics space.
Right. Hans, you want to add something to that, or?
Yeah, basically, it seems like big steps now, but it's all a matter of we should have started earlier. Actually, the Green Party in Germany was founded more than 40 years ago, and they had all this climate change topics on their agenda 40 years ago, but nobody was listening, because it's always not comfortable to change your habits. So that's why we are there, and it looks like a big step now, and but we need to tackle it.
Okay, I have one last actually comment. Sorry, Lars, and you can actually make your point, but I want to know about the standards that are out there that we're actually looking at ourselves and measuring ourselves against. And also, are we being basically certified, verified by someone, an external body, or this is self-declared and self-driven? So Lars, I'll let you make your comments and then you can talk about mine. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, the only comment I was actually going back to one of your previous questions in terms of what can the governments do. Now, with the conference here being the Middle East, the Middle East has a fantastic opportunity to help accelerate this dramatically. Again, from a purely practical perspective, what are the chances that a heavily populated continent like Europe is suddenly going to allocate massive tracts of land for windmills and solar? That is fairly low. I mean, there's a lot being built, but considering the sheer scale of how much fuel we need, Europe is never going to be able to actually deliver that. On the other hand, in the Middle East, we have a region that right now is still strongly dependent on the export and sale of fossil fuel. They have a fantastic business opportunity to transform that into be the world's energy provider of green fuels, because there is a space, there is the wherewithal to actually do it.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments from my panelists? Any other comments from the floor? Okay, questions? None whatsoever. I know we promised you that we will have a fourth session that will talk about women empowerment. And obviously Hans is definitely already excused himself because he's not an expert on the topic. But seriously, what we thought of doing is actually kind of leaving this session alone and allow you more time to be prepared for our awards ceremony later on this afternoon. We did have a speaker that would actually be showing up at 2. Is she coming? 2:30? Okay, we don't know. So actually, I'm going to make an executive decision by the power invested in me as chairman. I will cancel the fourth session. So therefore, we will have an early afternoon for you to go and prepare yourself to come back for tonight's award ceremony which starts at 7, I believe, for the reception, and then after that would be the. So therefore, please join me in thanking our. Yes, somebody had a question. Okay, thanking our panelists for their participation, and thank you for having being a great audience. And sorry, I thought I had somebody kick me from back here. Yeah. Okay, so with that, I wanted to thank you all for being great participants, and I will turn around and leave this to Lars to kind of give us a closing session for the conference for today.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. What I want to leave as a closing comment, or at least what I've also seen here, is I am an optimist. I'm an optimist on behalf of the customers of this industry. I'm an optimist on behalf of the industry itself. And to maybe be a bit grandiose, I'm an optimist on the part of the planet in terms of us driving the sustainability agenda. I don't see there is anything that is holding us back as such. What I do see is, on one hand, an industry right now that has an enormous amount of, let's call them, tactical problems. Sure, they're large and we're dealing with them every day, but I also see an industry that is capable of dealing with it. I see an industry that is rapidly going down the path of changing their business processes, embracing digitalization and automation to help sustain the industry going forward. I also see an industry that is genuinely on a path towards a more sustainable future. Is that going as fast as some people would like? Absolutely, it isn't. There's always ambitions that this should go faster. But given, again, we live in a physical world with physical constraints where we cannot physically change 80,000 merchant vessels overnight and produce almost 1 billion tons of new fuel, this will take time. Given these constraints, I'm actually an optimist in terms of where the whole world is moving. So I want to leave everybody with a thought that when we're all sitting at our desks and the day-to-day work right now is phenomenally complex, not a day goes by without another disruption. Today it was Canadian Pacific that suddenly was succumbed to a strike, so we can't move rail cargo in parts of Canada. Every day has these challenges, but these are bumps on the road. The actual overall direction we're in is one that is, for me, actually very exciting. I see a big future for the industry. So with that, maybe since you canceled session 4, with that, I would encourage everybody, especially women, to start to come into this industry because it does have a phenomenal future. So please join it.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Mary. And thank you, everyone, for attending today's session. And many thanks for our sponsors. I begin with our platinum sponsor, Abu Dhabi Ports, and going to our gold sponsors, Etihad Cargo, DHL, and of course, our silver sponsors, Project 44, Mercedes-Benz, DB Schenker, and LogicPoint. Thank you again, everyone, and have a blessed afternoon. We'll see you later tonight.
Here or there? Sorry? Don't get water right. I just need to change the.
No, no, just leave it. We're live streaming? Still? Good.
Theo Darwish from Alpha Time Logistics, Eva Matthewson, DHL, Frank Asani, Project 44.
Priyanka?
Priyanka.
Sani?
Sani.
Sani.
Done?
Done.
Good?
Done. Okay, everyone. Sani. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was on. We're going to change your last name, by the way. It's too difficult to pronounce. We're going to call you something else today. Okay, everyone, I think we will go ahead and get started since we have our final session. And I do apologize earlier because I made an executive decision as a chairman to cancel, but I was overturned by the CEO. Can you imagine? I mean, what kind of respect is that? But anyway, so we will have the last session about women empowerment. And actually, it's a new array of talents, equality, inclusion of women empowerment in our sector. We now actually inhabit the global world. This means we as individuals are traveling all over the world, and people are expected to work in different cultures, in different time zones, in different ways of doing things. So therefore, to discuss this with us and to talk about non-traditional working fields, I'd like to invite to the stage Abir Darwish from Alpha Time Logistics to join us. And also like to invite Eva Matthewson from DHL to please come up on the stage. And of course, last but certainly not least, Priyanka Sani from Project 44. And, okay, I don't know how that happened, but definitely Mr. Lars Jensen is also joining us from Copenhagen to join this panel. Lars, you're a lucky guy.
Indeed, I am.
Many people in the audience would love to be in your shoes right now. But anyway, but I don't think in the condition that you're in, but I mean, you know what I mean. Anyway.
That's because they haven't seen my shoes.
True, that's probably right. We recognize that many people in different fields, it's just like the field is made for them. And I'll give you an example. Men going into the nursing sector, many people will look at it and say, wait a minute, isn't that job for a woman? Why would a man be going into that field? And a woman working actually in logistics in the warehouse, moving boxes. Wouldn't that be a man's job? Or can you imagine seeing a woman driving a truck, a semi-truck, 16-wheeler? That this is what I'm talking about, non-traditional fields and non-traditional work. But today, there's no such thing as one of those obstacles that's going to stand in front of us. Today, we're looking at women empowerment, joining our sector and doing a great job. There are many great examples of this today happening all across the sector and all across the supply chain, where women are making a huge difference when it comes to that. So with that, I would like to also hand over the mic to Lars Jensen to say a couple of words and introduce yourself, Lars, as one of the panelists as well.
Well, thank you so much. I hope to leave much of the space for our three panelists actually on stage, especially when it comes to gender and the influence there. But let me try to also set the stage just a little bit as how I see it from my perspective. I actually want to draw on what was discussed already back in session 1 here today, because one of the critical elements that stood out to me from that discussion in session 1 was we are in an industry that is transforming. It's transforming itself in terms of digital, in terms of automation, in terms of complexity. And the one thing that we came back to again and again was this was not about technology. This was about people. And it was just said that way, it was about people. But of course, that then leads us into where we are now in session 4, because if people are absolutely the heart of the transformation of the industry, then I actually want to take this as a question and pass it on to our other three panelists in terms of if this is all about people, are we doing the right things to attract the right people? And if we have attracted the right people into the industry, are we running the industry in the right way to actually keep the talent in so we don't lose them to other industries?
Thank you, Lars. Having said that, and good questions that came from Lars, I will open the floor to start with Abir. How about you, Abir? You tell us, what do you think? Are we doing the right things?
Hello?
Yeah, it's working.
Thank you. Thank you today for everyone, especially for this event that happened today. My name is Abir, and I'm working with Alpha Team since the last 8 years. Based on what exactly he said, I believe that the environment of logistics, it's not easy environment, especially for the ladies. My colleague, they are men, and if we would like to deal with the men, it could be a little bit challenge, especially we are totally different mental. So we have to adapt to the environment by learning the skills, learning the environment itself. This is what I believe we have to do as ladies. Yeah.
So you're saying that also women need to be receptive to the idea of working in such an environment.
Yeah.
Not only we have to welcome them and we have to open up the sector and make sure, but women also have to be receptive in in going into an environment, such an environment that's mainly male dominated? That's what you're saying, basically.
Actually, we can see the woman nowadays everywhere, in space, in the war.
Of course.
Yeah, everywhere. So if we are coming to the air cargo or even the logistics, absolutely she's there, but it's very rare. It's not that much increase. It's not everywhere. It could be here.
Okay, great. Eva, do you want to elaborate more on that?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me. So I'm Eva Matthijssen. I'm originally from Belgium and in this region for about almost a bit more than 10 years. And I love this topic. I'm driving gender diversity across the globe for DGF, for DHL Global Forwarding. And for us, I think in this region, we're definitely ahead on the diversity. We have about 37% of female colleagues, and also in the leadership team, we're doing very well. And that, I think, for us, it's really a question of building that pipeline to make sure that we keep that balance, and we even get to a 50-50 at the end of the day, right? So for us, I think to build that pipeline is a question that we ask ourselves every day. What can we do to really be attractive for female colleagues, but also attractive for the new generation? I think that's a key topic for us. Also, we are doing a lot for that. So at the moment, we started with a project which is called How We Can Be Future Ready. So we have many of the colleagues across the region sharing their story, sharing like, why is it so amazing to work in this industry? And not so directly, more indirectly. And there you can really, I believe, their storytelling and their success stories is a very good way to attract talent. So I was the other day at the Canadian University talking to some students that came from Mannheim here. And they came up and they were very, I would say, yeah, impressed to see how much we do for females in this industry. So it was actually a good confirmation to see, like, yes, we're on the right track. And with your intro, you mentioned that, yes, the industry is evolving. It's becoming more digital. There is more innovation. There's a lot of progress in that area, and I think that's the way to go. And that's also the way how you can make it more attractive for a diverse workforce.
Thank you, Priyanka.
Thank you. Lars, I think you posed two very great questions, and I'm going to attempt to answer them. But first, I work in marketing and PR, and I'm very happy to represent Project 44 here today. I think we've come a long ways, especially in the past couple of years with respect to making the industry more inclusive of women. That's my personal experience, and also from speaking to my colleagues. I think what needs to be set in place is the right culture. We spoke about attracting people to the industry. We always project ourselves as an industry that's always under stress, which is true. But it's also very dynamic. You're impacting people's lives on a daily basis. I think we need to share more content about this. We need to tell people why this is an exciting job, why it's a good place for women. And I think it's suited to women, to women's nature, because we are multitaskers. We can handle a great amount of stress, and we bring a very unique perspective. I think our whole life experience, the way we experience our bodies, you know, the way we just go about life on a day-to-day basis, it's a very unique experience, one that can bring a great perspective into this evolving industry.
That's a great statement. Thank you very much, Priyanka. Lars, you want to add something to that?
Not sure. It's maybe a follow-up question here, because one of the things that has characterized, I was about to say this industry, that would not be true. It would be the entire world over the last 2 years, is of course this shift to a lot of remote work, working on webs, like I'm doing right now, right? To which degree is this either a help or a hindrance for attracting, in this case, also more women into the industry? Or does it even change anything? And maybe to provide the context for why I'm thinking down this path, that is, as long as we are in our normal physical work environments, a lot of jobs were then tied to this specific culture or geography that you happen to work in. But the more we work remotely, the more we also get exposed to actually working remotely in other cultures across the world. So I'll get back to my key question, this shift towards more online work, is that an opportunity? Is it a help, or is it a hindrance?
Very good question. What do you think, ladies? I mean, in an environment that we're in today, especially, you have the opportunity to work from home, but as Priyanka mentioned, you're actually a lot more flexible, and you're a lot more patient, and you're a lot more sympathetic when it comes to these things. So obviously, even having a working environment at home or outside of the home in an actual workplace, you would excel in any case. So just to answer Lars' question here. So go ahead.
I think working remotely has its pros and cons. If you're a social person, then you would feel isolated. Working from home can lead to burnout very fast. And it's also what the expectations are from the organization. So I think it's a catch-22. Some days it's great with respect to being a woman and being able to work from home. If you're allowed the flexibility to work certain hours that are comfortable, that allow you to if you're a primary caregiver, for example, or you have a little one, if you're allowed flexible hours and your organization is understanding of that, then it's definitely a bonus. But if you have to log into a system and clock the same number of hours at home as you have to in an office, it can get complicated.
Okay. Eva, you wanted to elaborate more?
Yeah.
Or you're okay?
Yeah. No, I'm just thinking through my own journey. So I'm a new mom, so I have a baby girl, 10 months. And for me, this was just the best timing, in terms of like managing, when she goes to sleep, it's a good time to catch up with everything in the evening. So I think the remote work has given access to more talent. So it has given us that, that flexibility definitely helped. At the same time, I think it is a disadvantage for female talents. And why I'm saying that is, I think when it comes to promotions, I'm sure that some of the people that also male colleagues that work more from home, they might be overlooked, because visibility is still something when it comes to jobs at certain level. Then the network aspect, and definitely in this industry, is really key to really have that network, talk to the people, know what's coming up. So I think in that sense, it is probably a disadvantage. There was one more thing that I wanted to add, and I think you touched on that in the previous question. It's really important that the culture that you have in the organization, because obviously we're not talking about the UAE only, right? We're talking about, I'm responsible for Middle East and Africa, and I can still see a lot of very traditional go to office because of a very traditional way of working. If you're in the office, that's the time that you work. So that trust factor is something that is, let's say, evolving and developing. That's one aspect. And the second aspect, the infrastructure of working from home needs to be there. Yeah. If you have 5 kids and you have one apartment, I don't think that's going to be very productive, right? So it's a little bit for us. Definitely, I would prioritize the culture and the trust that's building. And I think I was last week on a health and well-being meeting, and with some of the colleagues, we talked about that trust factor, how I think it was one of the colleagues from the banking industry, they were calling all their colleagues back, and it was really an impact on the trust relationship that they had built over the last 2 years. It had really impacted that, right? So for us, that's key, that culture element. Yeah.
Very good statement. Thank you. Abir, you want to add?
I think I agree exactly what my colleague they spoke about the online. There's absolutely advantage for the company itself working from home, save time, save paper, save so many things, especially even the communication between the customer. It's saved. It's saved. I believe, yeah, working from home. Even us as a woman, as a mom at home, we can work together with my family, we are multitask, of course, so we can do that. So I totally agree with my colleague.
You know, this is, and I honestly have a lot of respect for working moms and women, especially in the working world, because you tend to take the family and then also take on the job. Yeah. Not that you actually can separate. I mean, as a man, I would actually have a separation between home. You wouldn't find me, for instance, calling my boss and say, I gotta go home, my son is sick. But a mother would immediately say, I gotta go home, my son's sick. I mean, if you let's take a look at Lars here, sitting here, working from home in his environment. Not 1 minute did we have his son come and interrupt him. If this was Lars' wife, Mom, I gotta eat, right? Lars, this is one of those things that will happen. And then there's a lot actually of balance that you bring, where you can actually have continuation of your work. And as you mentioned earlier, you're a lot more flexible. You're a lot more, you can take on multitasks. You can change diapers and do whatever you have to do while you're working, typing on a computer. I mean, this is one of those things that I don't mean that in a sense of that, but basically you are multitasked. I mean, it takes someone that powerful to bring. And I really want to recognize right now, TLME for putting this on, for bringing this session up to the open. If you notice, we are the youngest organization, and we were the first to bring on an educational partner to make sure that the skill set that people require is being introduced or produced by an institution that is well renowned. Now we're also bringing on the women empowerment to make sure that we have both genders are contributing to the success of our sector. It's not one or the other. And as you mentioned earlier, Abir, women right now are actually in the armed forces. Women are now flying fighter jets. Women are now driving trucks. Women are now driving, tanks, going into war, just doing exactly what a man we used to do and was doing. So there's no more such thing as a separation or unexpected, for instance, non-traditional fields may not be suitable or anything like that. I think right now, the world is open for both. There's no such thing as gender limitation anymore to these things. I think there are a lot more women who are much stronger than men, men. And there are many things that are, believe me, there are some. There are things that we will not be able to do as men, and women can actually do it. Like I would never be able to be a mother, for instance. So one of those things. So just really? A joke. Yeah. You want to add, Lars, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, because I'm not sure. Let me phrase this one diplomatically. I'm not sure I subscribe to your quite rosy layout and say we are basically there at equality. We got 196 countries across the world, and truth be told, the level of equality varies dramatically across these countries, right? So it very much to a large degree also depends on where we are. If you look at the gender equality across a lot of the companies in the supply chain, it is still also heavily skewed towards men, especially as you get higher up the corporate ladder of managerial positions. And this also varies a lot from country to country. What I would like to ask our three panelists here are, to which degree should we leave this, I was about to say, to the market forces? Because if we really adopt, you can say, the traditional free market thinking, then if there is a huge talent pool amongst women, I happen to think there is, then we shouldn't interfere. It will level itself out because clearly it's in the company's own interests to attract the women. On the other hand, we can also see that for a lot of countries, that has just not been the case for decades. So the other question then is, to which degree should we accelerate this development through government regulation? That also brings us back to the question we asked in the other sessions. I mean, in the other sessions, we were talking about what should governments do to help, for example, digitalization? What should they do to help sustainability? What should they do to foster more supply chain collaboration? And of course, the question is equally relevant here. What role should the governments play in improving gender equality within the supply chain?
That's a very good point there, Lars. And I totally agree with you, because in many countries, affirmative action is one of the things that they take on very seriously. So to have such a thing, back to Lars' question, what should the government be doing to make sure that, you know, we have women, or women's empowerment and inclusion, female empowerment and inclusion in many different sectors, or not necessarily just our sector, but many different sectors in that. So. Go ahead, Abir, you can go first.
I'm not sure this is the correct answer, but I think the education, a woman should be understand the skills for the environment that she will join, the skills, the knowledge, the education itself. Yeah, this is most important things, as I think and I believe.
Okay, Eva, I want to hear from you last, so I'm going to go to Priyanka first.
Yeah. Actually, we looked at paternity and basically parental leave across the globe to really look at where we in the different countries and what standard do we want to set internally. And as I think as a leader as a multinational in this industry, I definitely believe that we should be way better than what is legally in the countries there, right? So we want to do that. We had actually concretely on the UAE, we had 3-4 years ago, we had 3 months with the option to extend for another 3 months if you want to opt for that. So to be very honest, like it is a discussion also globally with our global leaders to see with our global HR team as well, what standards do we want to have minimum across the globe, what can we do better than what law is doing. But then I'm probably very specific now on one aspect, which is the parental leave. I think another important part is how we then regulate flex work, right? This is also something, if you look at working hours, we are one of the countries, I think, a couple of months ago that really where part-time was really not really heard of. So slowly that entered into our business. I don't think there's a lot of usage yet because economically people also come here for earning money. So it's not that there's so many people who really opt for that. But it's important that the infrastructure is there, and that the option is there, right? So I think these are elements, indicators that it's going into the right direction from my side.
Okay, Bianca?
I think my perspective is there needs to be research. Women need to be interviewed. Their challenges, their experiences need to be documented. There needs to be enough of data. When you have that data, then governments can incentivize, like Mary said earlier, incentivize having more women included into the workforce. And the third element, which I think is also very important, is building the right infrastructure. It has to come down to brick and mortar. You have to understand what women's needs are in the workplace. That can be anything from bathrooms to a creche, place where, babies can be brought and kept and cared for. So it's really multi-dimensional. I don't think there's one approach, but it boils down to data first. Having the evidence to then inform decision, regulation, and also companies acting.
See, I agree with Lars on the statement that he made that there are many countries around the world who don't really value what we're actually promoting here today and what we're looking at. Figure that there is a distinct separation and very visible as well. But when it comes to a world or to countries who actually are promoting this, and are encouraging and pushing toward equality and making sure, you know, we break that glass ceiling and remove it totally and all of that. So we really, now we need to start harnessing this. And I agree with you, Priyanka, maybe research should be done and made and all of that stuff. But we need to stop looking at visible separation. We need to stop looking at differentiating between men and women. We need to start doing that. This is what the world needs to start doing in order for us to really move away from the stereotyping and putting the barriers out there. Lars, I'm not sure what you think of that, but I'll go back to you and ask your comments on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to respond to that one. I might want to pick up on one element that Eva here was mentioning, because with the risk of making things a bit too simplistic, I mean, the way I see it is, when it comes to skills and the ability to learn things, I don't see there is any difference between whether we talk about men and women. That's not really the thing. There are, of course, cultural differences from culture to country in terms of which jobs are deemed suitable based on centuries-old traditions. And then there is one very specific physical aspect that we can't quite change. And it's been brought up here today as well. It is only the women that can actually have children, which leads us into the next issue. Eva, you were the one mentioning it. Say, what about maternity leave? But the question I then want to also put back is, isn't it right? It's only step number one to say, what are the rights you can give to women in terms of maternity leave? What do you then do in phase two? Because obviously, it is then going to be the women that take the majority of that leave. That's simply the practical aspect of it. But that then usually also leads to then the women being a couple of steps behind in, let's call it the rat race to get into management, simply because they have been away. There is this gap in the CV. You have not been in the office and did the same kind of networking as the men actually did. How do we then take step two and also address that issue? How do we still create equality, recognizing that physical difference?
Well, anyone would like to respond to this?
I'll take a shot at it. I think the measurement metrics have to change, and that has to again come from the culture of an organization. So if you talk to a woman and understand her experience with, you know, pregnancy and having a baby and what comes after, I don't think, I mean, in my experience at least, women don't use these as excuses. I mean, you'll see a woman working doubly hard, she won't sleep. You know, she'll make sure she's there for her baby, but she won't sleep. She'll push herself, you know, harder to achieve those targets during that time, because on many levels, she believes that she has to prove herself, you know, especially at these times. But I think, you know, it boils down to the research again, like understanding the perspective and changing the measurement metrics during that time. I think that would be a first step.
You know, I think it is within your right. It is within your right to have what God has given you. Let's just put it that way. But at the same time, it has also been used, or maybe abused, let's put it that way, abused by men who actually are looking at the same thing and saying, if women want equality, then we want equality as well. So if women take maternity leave, I, as a husband, I had something to do with this, I need to take maternity leave. And it has happened, and it's happening today. Maybe not the same amount of time that is given to the woman, but it's given at the time of when the baby is born. Men take this leave to support. That's granted, that's perfect. But it should not be equally, and that's my opinion, obviously, men don't kill me. It should not be as equal, because there are a lot of other elements added to this besides just being home taking care of the baby. The woman has responsibility toward that baby, that she physically must be present in order to do it. Like nursing, for instance, where the man is probably not, it's not to that extent, it's not to that equal. Now, for those men who are going to hate me right now, so please forgive me, this is just basically facts. Okay, thanks a lot, Hans. I love you too. So, but it's one of those things that we really need to make sure that when we're asking for equality, we're also prepared to see the other side of it and all of that. So, Lars, you want to add something? Sorry, Abir, you want to have something to say?
Yeah, actually, I would like to add one point here, going back to the same question, why we will promote ladies in the work itself. It will cost money, it will cost so many things, she's need lots of things. This is all total disappointed, disappointed even for the company. But absolutely people, they are recognized that woman, she did something different than any other gender. But so because of that, they try to support her to get more and more. So if you would like to have something different, something totally, I don't know, maybe a good, absolutely, we are all equal. I didn't mean the men, we are better than the men. No, we all together to support each other. But I believe woman, she can do much more better than what she have, or than much people that they recognize she's supposed to stay at home only. No, I believe she can do more than this, but she have lots of needs, maybe we can say it. It will cost money. So who can support us to get what you expect from her?
That's a good question, actually. Did you get that, Lars? Basically, there are other requirements, other needs that women in the workplace may need, or maybe more like other opportunities, maybe training or educational or anything like that. So, okay.
Correct.
I think this comes also back to a lot of, I mean, this comes really to the topic of biases, right? And assumptions that that people make on behalf of others. And I think whatever you do in during your maternity leave, etc., and what you do after your support system is fully your own personal choice. So we come really in a bit of a private sector, and maybe a bit sensitive to that, because I think that's really a personal decision. Like now, for example, I discussed with my partner that the next 3 months, takes really some slowdown at his work, and he's really spends a lot of time with our daughter, because I'm the main
provider.
Earner, provider, yeah. So I think this is really a choice you make as parents. And what I think we're talking here about, I see a lot of male colleagues in the room and maybe online. What I ask my male colleagues is really to be very kind when people come back to work. I think I've been so lucky with my colleagues, with my work environment, with the way I've been going on a maternity leave. I was still in touch, and I think that was important for me, and I think that helped me as well. I was still in touch with my colleagues. It learned me how to also delegate better, because I was really holding on everything, and I learned to see some amazing skills in my team, people that picked up things I was not maybe allowing them before. So it actually really helped to see talents in other in my team as well. And the first months that I came back, my boss did not really fully gave me everything. I noticed that he somehow gave me a few extra months. I could see the way he delegated things. And so the first 3 months when I was back were very kind, yeah. And then beginning of this year, I have the feeling it's full back on. And I think this is really, really important. Don't be too, let's say, patronizing, like too much. They can make their own decisions, but have the conversation to really see what works well, etc. Like how is the timing. And I think that also counts for your colleagues that just became a father, right? Because sometimes they're a little bit more ignored in that process, but they also want to spend some time with that big change in their life, right? Because it's just a change cycle, and some people, they go faster through that than others. but I just think for any male, female leader in this room, just be kind on this during this time, and the return on the investments will definitely come when this person sees what an amazing employer that you are. Yeah, so I think that's important for me.
All right. Thank you very much, Eva. It's well said. Bianca, you want to say something else? You want to add to this, or you're okay?
I think Eva made a very good point, being empathetic, and it also comes down to gender sensitivity. And I see that now companies are incorporating that kind of training to make sure that people are aware of what the experience is, and it's a complete life change. And so if you're empathetic and you understand, or you recognize that this person is going through this journey, I think definitely, like Eva said, the ROI will be great.
Lars, any last words from your end?
Yeah, that would be maybe to just broaden this one out a bit beyond gender, since this is also about talent management. And I think maybe to a large degree, companies need to be better at realizing when you're managing talent, you need to also take into account people go through different life phases. When you're hiring in young people, that is one phase of their life. You're now overly generalizing, of course, but they are extremely full of energy, but they have absolutely no experience. They will have a lot of good theoretical knowledge, but there's a lot of practical stuff that just takes time to actually learn. Then you come into a different life phase, typically overlapping with the first one, where you create your family. This is where you do get your children. This also takes a lot of time and focus away. Then later on in life, you have the experience and you suddenly have the time. But I see an overarching tendency where the expectation is that, especially early in the career, you need to both be inquisitive and learn and have family and spend a lot of time at work, where talent management should, to a larger degree, take into account that we have different life phases, and investing in young people early on to really reap the benefits when you then get more up into middle age can actually pay off in the long run.
Thank you, Lars. I will now open the floor. Okay, Alex, can we have a microphone, please? Over there.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I have a few things to share with you because I find this topic quite interesting, challenging also, not only as a man, but within what we are talking nowadays and since a few years. I will start with a quote. I don't know if you would like it, but I will explain why I'm using this one. There is a quote which is saying, behind every great man, there is a woman. And I do believe in it. I do believe in it. Now they are in front of me, not only behind in a way. But that's, for me, something quite essential also, something that I would like to raise, which is men and women are different. And that's super important for me. And it has to be the case, by the way. Why? Because men and women don't have exactly the same, kind of skills and communication skills. And there is one element over the last years, which is very important when it comes to leadership empowerment, is the recognition of the different skills, setup, mindset that we do have. I would take also other kind of example. I'm a husband, for instance. I've been a husband 2 times, by the way. But what went wrong, I can tell you, is mainly communication.
At the same time, Alex?
No, communication. Oh. Communication is key everywhere, especially in business, especially when it's complex. And supply chain is super complex. And I do value the fact over the last 25 years of my career that most of the time interacting with women was beneficial for me, but also for the organization. There is also another skill which is going to be more and more recognized, which is something for which we should seek, is EQ, emotional quotient. And I guess that more naturally, women tend to use this one than men. And that's linked to the difference, the physiological difference you were talking maybe before. I don't want to go into cliche, but yeah, my comments are more just to emphasize this need, this requirement for change, and this, I don't like the word, by the way, equality or equity, as you were saying, like we have to have a ratio, but we have to value the difference and the positiveness that women can bring into any kind of organization.
Thank you, Alex. And just to
Fabrice,
piggyback.
I don't know why you call me Alex.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Anyway, one of the things that actually, the comments that behind every great man, there's a woman, I don't think that they mean that physically. I think behind the success of a man, there's a woman who drove him to that success. That's what this meant, to be honest with you. This is one debate I had with one professor back a long time ago, and I think I was proven correctly. So any other comments? Yes, Rasi. Like for instance, Sam Khan, if it wasn't for his lovely wife, he wouldn't be as successful as he is today. Rasi.
Check.
Cultural mindset. I'm talking about cultural mindset. That has to change. So why should it be such a challenge in logistics? Look at the healthcare. What could be more difficult than healthcare? Nurses. A nurse, what she goes in the trauma room and what she manages in terms of life-saving. When you look at a cargo agent or logistics agent, loading a container or offloading a container, let's go down to that level. So there you go. See the control, see the mindset. So people, if they think that men should be in cargo logistics and women should not come in there, I mean, education system, legal system, barristers, lawyers, solicitors, judges, women, they go through tests. I don't see any problem in these industries, right from education. I mean, this is my opinion. Education, healthcare, you name catering industry, legal industry. Why should it be a challenge in the logistics industry? It's working very well. Women are managing such verticals so efficiently. Why should it be a question mark in the logistics industry? I don't see it. Mindset, cultural mindset, go beyond the traditional way of your thinking, then, and the change will come.
Okay. Thank you, Vasi. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, Kinan.
Thank you. Actually, I have a comment. Basically, I am also married and I compete with my wife in leadership. So
she always wins, by the way.
Yeah. So I've actually had 3 kids, and every one of them was a phase, and the last one was actually during COVID. So in my opinion, also on a higher level today, there's a part that is not fair for women on leadership, is because we have technology now, and even in their maternity leaves, they're called to go into critical meetings and attend to their job. It's more difficult now, I think, also for women coping, and taking a stretch to take care of their babies, or be a part of their family when they have to be alone, and they're like still bugged with business, especially on a top level. That's my thoughts. And going back to whether it's women can be in logistics or warehouse, I've been always in operation. And one of my successes was always when I have women around me basically working with me as a team, because they really push and make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenan. I think we have one question over at the end. Right there. That table, right there.
Hello, everyone. Nisreen Alkobe from ENY Consulting. Thank you very much. I commend you. Thank you very much. And thank you for everyone. Beautiful since this morning. I think this subject should be first in the beginning of the day. I don't think we need anyone to give us power. I think we should take it. Okay, I'm talking to the women there, and everything we want to do, we can do. There is no, and I agree with you, sir, over there. It's all in the mindset, it's all in the education. So basically, I just wanted to share with you that I'm compassionate, I'm with us, all of us, women in the industry, in the logistics. I never felt any difference, to be honest, when I sit with 20 men and I'm the only woman, I feel stronger. So we are really strong. Our multitasking or being a mom makes us even stronger. I think some people fear it. So let's use that. And yeah, everything is possible. So we shouldn't be having this discussion. It should be intrasec, and it's there, and we are here, and that's it, point. So thank you, and hands down to you, madam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, there are many, and I don't think this is a question of whether women are capable or not. It's not a question whether they are welcome or not. It is a question, how do we encourage that to happen? And then our industry becomes a lot more known for having women empowerment in our sector. Lars, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, that was more in continuation of some of the comments that came down from the floor in terms of how do we see this culturally? Why don't we look at it completely opposite? Why is it that the men make stupid choices? Because as we just heard it, you have women that choose to be, for example, just to use that example, nurses to help save lives. But what do the men do? No, I don't want to save lives. I want a job where I can see if I can move 2 tons of steel coil slightly more effective. That would also be a way of framing it.
Thank you very much, sir. And, you know, it's just not a matter of gender. I think it's just a matter of how successful you can build your business or your portfolio and then acquire your skills to become whatever you want to become. I mean, one of my good friends, Rabia Nabulsi, owns her own company. This is a great business opportunity that supports the logistics world. And thank you very much, Rabia, for being here today. Anyway, any other questions from the audience? All right, in that case, and now officially can say that thank you very much, ladies. Thank you very much, Lars, for joining us all over from Copenhagen. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here beyond the 3 o'clock deadline that we said we will have. And I actually want to just make one more thank you to TLME and to Sam Khan for actually putting on this great conference. We are the youngest, but yet we're very powerful. We became the pioneer today. We have proven that the TLME is the pioneer in putting on the first education partner, the first one to actually put on women empowerment, and the first one to make sure that we take this to the new world where we become a lot more innovators. We will see you tonight at the awards ceremony. For those of you who are not going to be here, you're going to be missing a great event. So for those who are you going to be here, we're great to have you. Ladies, thank you very much. And Lars, thank you very much. And last word to our sponsors. Thanks for our platinum sponsor, Abu Dhabi Ports Group. Thanks to our gold sponsors, Ittihad Cargo, DHL. And thanks to our silver sponsors, Project 44, Mercedes-Benz, DB Schenker, and LogicPoint. Have a great day, everyone.